also like, why a lot of people just don't even get into content creation because it's seriously risky, man. Like, I mean, they will then sell our data regardless if it screws them over or not. They don't what do they care? Honestly, you don't need another $5 billion. You don't even need another $1 billion, right? Like if you're Honeywell in North Carolina, like you have all the money, right? So why, right? Like the Purple Ranger not even showing up, right? Purple Ranger doesn't show up. Well, I mean, he makes not showing up look good. Is the thing. If you're not going to show up, you can at least, you know, look good, right? Also, the like meeting people halfway in instances, or creating narratives where people can't actually follow each other on platforms. Instead, we're just kind of forced to hype on stuff. Like if I'm gonna hype, right? But what, like, dude, I can't. You shouldn't force someone to do that type of stuff. It's not right. It isn't right to do that. If they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it, right? Otherwise, what? Like, whenever they try to force people to do that stuff is whenever they come off looking out of place, or they come off and they're just an L, right? Like, like if you have, that alliance, right? What is it really? It's just an L. It's two L's for every F over, and what, they can F you over whenever. Yeah, I mean, honestly, right? Like, they're trying to say that this is good health, but it really kind of is not really as good as they want. It's not that very good, honestly. They're just trying to set up SC to look like they're an asshole. I don't want to get in that fight like that is the thing. I don't want anything to do with, the NCSC, hate trials, bro. I don't give a shit. You know, like if I gave a shit, I'd walk Charlie over to their like, their fucking, you know, orange thing, right? But I'm telling you, I just the other day I was talking about orange things. I was like, orange things, what? Like they're not all good, dude. Like orange things they're they're risky, right? Like orange thing, what? Orange thing doesn't always work out in the best favor, you know. Well, we know what we locked in. We're hoping for it, and what we are, you know, perfectly capable there. I think. I also think that if it's just because of some hype problem, that it's proven that they're not going to get what they want, and we're not going to get what we want. Then that's all it is, really. Real recognized real. It it don't stand up because I wasn't raised to recognize real. I was raised to do squire shit and then to troll. But the way that they expect me to troll here is seriously weird. They want me to like pass like 2 trailer parks and then, some stupid ass, and then deal with, a bar and grill as well. And I'm like, bro, I'm what? Like, I'm so past, wanting to do any of that. Like, want or not, dude. Like, I'll just say right now, dude. Like, that they're trying to like lure me into some sex, and I'm like, well, first of all, I don't even, I'm not even raised to be sketched like that, you know? They want to waste my time and they want to waste their time is all this is, right? At this point, like, they also think that if I just go with God or something, that's like how I was raised, even though not even mildly. I wasn't even mildly raised like that. Like, you're so wrong. Like, go do some research. That's how I was raised. Don't get gaslit. Go do research. Is how I was raised. Like, blasphemy or not, like, realistically, eventually you're going to have to recognize how I was raised. Because I recognize how you were raised. And I'm not trying to change you, right? So you can't try to change me. This game's got an update now. It's not enough space. Not to mention the layout is, I mean, it's a horrific layout. This has to be one of the worst layouts I've ever lived in my entire life, and I've moved around a lot. Like, I've probably moved over 5 times, and this is by far the worst layout I've ever lived in. No, I mean, this is just, it's so sad because it's not even a win-win scenario for anyone. You give all the better win to my sister, and she's just going to give it to politics. And if she got fired, like, she got fired. But what, at the same time, like, just understand that, like, that's where you go like that, right? Like, you want to talk about, a pretty boy or not, doesn't really matter as much as you think. What matters is what someone is worth, and what, if I'm going to give my win to her because I don't feel like, that it's capable, you know, I already know she's not going to side with the NC people. And if the SC people are just using me to grief NC, it's like she's not going to side with them either. Like, do you understand that how angry and smart bears can be? aren't that smart. They're just smart, dude. They are, like, literally, they're smart creatures. I'm human. Only human, dude. They need to buy the only human on Steam. It's approved to you. Let me see here. Where is this game, bro? There's a game called Only Human, right? Let me see. Only Human. Alright, it's free. Oh, it says once human. Oh, shoot, dude, that's not right. Only Human. Is there a game called Only Human? I don't see anything. I could have swore there was a game called this, but maybe not. It's because they're trying to make us share with, like, Call of Duty or like Peak or like games that aren't watched, just because it's turning into like NC versus SC. And I'm like, we don't want anything to do with that, you know? We don't want anything to do with that at all. We don't care if it gives either side leeway. We don't want anything to do with it. We want to, if anything, the Wash people are totally taking all the win like that, you know? Like, they're like literally NC and SC are just trying to grief each other through this. And then what? And then the Wash people are like, you're getting audited, you both fail him, what? You know, we're the only thing actually helping him. So then they end up, you know, almost winning at UW. Like, really, they should have no right even coming close, to be honest. But, and then, you know, they have 2 championships as a Super Bowl already. Like, dude, no fucking way are you trying to turn a human into a homeless human. Because that's all you're doing as saying walk or other stupid bullshit like that. You know, you're not in charge of what I do. No one is in charge of what others do. I think that they've been getting off on it by stealing, like, credentials of my parents and then trying to use that as if they're, like, my parents. But what? I'm 30 years old, you know? Like, even if I'm 30, like, even as a 25-year-old, you're probably not going to be able to tell someone what to do as their parent, right? Like, what kind of play is that? That's like 75 IQ play. Like, that's what I got to deal with, like, on a daily basis, right? Well, I mean, honestly, like I said, the only people winning are Washed at that point. Like, congratulations, you know. I'm sure they're not going to support, you know, Honeywell. I already know they're not going to support SC. They're just going to freaking audit both of them, and they're going to continue. And clearly the audit is not working in the favor of either SC or Honeywell. Like, it's obvious, right? Like, 2017, you got lucky, but you don't get lucky like that again, right? How strange, though, right? To think that, you know, 8 years ago is even, like, matterful, dude. In a sports world, 8 years ago it's like bringing up Tom Brady, dude. Tom Brady Patriots run, right? Like, that's how relevant you are. Yeah, right. You didn't win 7 straight. You barely get away with 1 championship in NCAA basketball over some racist fucking, you know, flume suicide. You know, you're totally getting audited for that. anything that gets stolen from me in this house, you're you're accountable, Honeywell. After a flume like that, yeah, I mean, you're what? You're getting audited big time. Like, you might have lots of money, but you're not winning anything. Understand? No, you gotta let us go. Yeah, you gotta let me and my family, move on, right? Like, clearly, you're what? You're lost, thinking that I'm gonna want to get lost with you. Like, the answer is no. So, Only Human is a song by the Jonas Brothers. Yeah, hey. I don't want the night to end. It's closing time, so I leave with me again. Should we play it? Hell no, I'm not playing this, dude. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You like my fucking AI demon waifu? What the hell, dude? Well, maybe I'll change it. What? Maybe I'll change it. I can try, dude. I can try. You can just steal it? Here you go, dude. Take it, bro. I don't. Like, it was cheap, dude. Thing was on sale, dude. Like, we don't allow demons here. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Bro, what are you talking about? I try, man. That's about what I can do, dude. I actually do have other mice though that I could use. This one is working, dude. Honestly, it's working. I'm trying to be the hero and the villain much at the same time, while also forcing suicide. This shit doesn't add up, bro. Like, bro, what you're trying, but what? Your try seems kind of stupid, dude. They wouldn't think that they're absolutely getting audited. Like, absolutely. Like, clearly, right? And they're not passing. How to pass an audit like that? Well, I mean, you're certainly in trouble for selling some data that in 2021. Certainly in trouble for that. They're not getting out of that unless all three of us get out of this house in a way that is permanent. Because this, like I said, this layout is retarded, and what it doesn't even benefit them. Like, they get lucky one time, and what it's so obvious that it it doesn't stay. Like, it's not permanence really, right? It's just basketball, right? Like, but not even like professional shit, right? It's just NCAA, right? What? What? You want to play a Jonas Brothers song? No. I really thought that was a video game, dude. Honestly. They need to make a only human video game, I think. Maybe. Someone what? Just take all my music. I don't care, right? Like, put it in the game. That's what I am, bro. Like, literally. And I'm talking to my sister a little bit about that, too. And I was like, you're barely even a wild animal. If she didn't realize that, I swear she was, like, all in on thinking she's the bear, right? Like she's, like, the coolest part of me, right? And then NASA's just like, boom, what the five fingers say to the face, right? Well, I would like love to give you a tour, but this is seriously crammed. I'll just say that. I'm not gonna get into it specifically, but like even in my room, whenever I was growing up, in where I went to high school, I had a lot of space. Like I had two rooms basically, and here like it really just feels like I have two rooms, but it's not enough. Like I need like two rooms and a garage at this point in my life. Like I have grown out of even just having two rooms, and for a long time when we were here, I only had like 1.5 room really, and I kind of like moved into having two rooms, but it's still just not enough. And I know that's like very like privileged and stuff, but even then like it it kind of goes along with, you know, my wealth and what I've done and how I choose to spend my time, which is mostly in good and better ways. I'm definitely gonna continue to be like that for sure, even with, or if I could get 3 room. But like I said, at this point, I don't have a workout room. Like I like I do push-ups in the living room on the coffee table. Like I have a really hard time getting into listening to podcasts or even listening to YouTube or even listening to any type of art or music. Well, my workout room is the coffee table. And this office is so jam packed. Like it's literally, I feel like the garage is like 3 times bigger than this. Well, a lot of time people they want to get angry at my dad, but if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have started doing any faith. I certainly wouldn't have any of the tools that I have, and he wouldn't. The whole time he was coaching me up and helping me move into different phases of my faith and the theology. And I mean, like, for some reason, like the outside want to just like say thank you to me and only like try to reward me, and that you're really like just kind of ignoring him, right? Like, but like I said, like he was the only reason why I was able to make all those steps, and he inspired me much more than they're willing to even acknowledge in a lot of senses. I'm quite surprised that they were able to pull us out for that flume thing like that, because it was just it caught me off guard. And the one of the main guys that I hang out with here on my mom's side, I don't think he thought that was gonna happen either. It really caught them off guard too. I think a lot of us were caught off guard there. And it's kind of that is kind of a pretty big setback if you that's just like that, if you're asking me, because like we have our own plan, right? And you're just kind of like expecting us to like jump into your plan, and we tried and we did that, right? And I already think that people are going to be like, well, your dad blah blah. It's like, no, I don't think really my dad really was all in on that either, but like like I said, it didn't work, right? Like if anything, it was just kind of like a really sad story. Like it didn't end in a way that is, I'm going to say, win-win. Kind of ended in a way that like just made it very like griefy, like. No way, my dad was not all in on that. I know who was all in, but I'm not gonna sell them out. And also, like, the understand of the factor is like, he kind of got caught off guard too, right? So I mean, they almost it feels like there's like a directive to want to like hate on the man, but like, that's not even his idea, dude. It's not my idea. It's not his idea. Everyone on my mom's side would be like, "What the hell was that?" Like get on a roll, go and take off. Like, I, well, we're that side is just so much more grounded. I think that like a lot of people need like silver to be grounded, but like that side, they're just incredibly grounded already. So if we get out and it's like a faith miracle, like clearly the Tar Heels win because they're the ones with all the good and better faith, and it created like a Tar Heel movement of momentum. But I mean, that was so long ago, right? To think that the pattern recognition hasn't been there, and that a lot of these places care less about reviews and more about money is just, I mean, contemplatively like really confusing. And I don't mean like in a way that's like has to do with sexuality or anything. It's just contemplatively like confusing and like, well, that doesn't add up to someone like me who has common sense, right? His common sense, a creative thing. I think it's just like the ability to see outcomes ahead of time. So yeah, uh, they're like their precaution might be unreal, but still, even then, like, they're losing so much, to the money side of things. Took them a while to get the thistle. Yeah, I mean, I think that my hometown is pretty upset about that. That's what they got to be upset about, because I mean, I did so much of that work. Like, pulling that stuff is not easy, and to think that it's used for like anger management, like, I mean, they're really far behind there, right? Like, really far. I mean, that's like massively far behind, dude. That was like almost 20 years ago, I think, right? It was like 20 years ago, whenever I pulled my first thistle. And some people don't even know what that is, because they've been in the city their whole life, and they don't have that in the city. But I mean, I've seen whole fields of thistle before, like a nightmare. Like, a nightmare is getting out there and deleting it all. I'm not gonna have you visualize that. Stop. Just, that is much worse than uh, like a lot of stuff that these people think, right? Well, if their whole thing about me having like character flaws was that I was like an angry person or had anger issues, well, honestly, dude, like, I getting caught off guard like that, it doesn't help. I'll say that right now, because if my dad is kind of like in the same place too, like, we're both pretty upset there, right? Because he knows that that would have was should have been more of my choice. And the person who I talked with the most about that was thinking I would go into like dev with it, with the games, and try to make deals with devs like that. So I mean, like anger or not, like clearly I'm gonna be angry, right? Clearly, like it's not even like if and or but. I'm gonna be mad, right? Yeah, it's frustrating having to do things a way that you weren't planning on, and then just kind of losing everything. It's very frustrating. I felt like I was involved in faith. Maybe church wasn't where I was going with it constantly, but I mean I was definitely involved in my faith like before that, like, and I wasn't like on a bad way as much as people want to probably say, but I mean I really wasn't. Otherwise, it would have been Duke, right? Because they're like the Blue Devils, right? And they're like, it's really just like one or the other, right? And the Tar Heels clearly are a little bit more grounded. Well, if we don't have a choice in that, like, we don't have a choice, right? But it's like I said, if I come back and I'm angry about it, and there becomes problems, like you're behind on the thistle. One, whenever you get back. Two, like I mean, it's almost like we all forgot about that, right? But also like three, like there's not really any type of like healthy outlook. Um, you kind of just like use it as an excuse to say, hey, oh well, we helped their you know bill basically, for something that isn't even a good thing. I'm not gonna say specifically what, right? But like clearly, like if you're just going to help a bill for a place like that doesn't even reward that as much as you think. Like it does, it's not a good. And if it actually just hurts them because they think that that's like what is going to work, and then it doesn't work. It's actually lose lose at that point. I mean, those are some serious L's. I felt like they wanted to target me, saying that SJ was like my fault that they were getting injured or why they were losing when they went to San Jose. And I'm like, not really, dude. Not really. Not as much as you think. No, not really. Not really is that my fault. Whose fault is it really, like, right? Not really as much of my fault as they think. They didn't want to take fault, and that's fine. No one wants to take fault in a scenario like that. But it's not my fault as much as they want to think, right? If it was, then it would have been my idea to do that and get there like that, or it would have been my dad's idea, or it would have been my mom's idea. But all that isn't true. None of that is true. We don't talk about stuff that goes missing. I mean, that's at all. Like, I think that last time I was with the person who was thinking that we were outlooked for doing video game music, I mean, he's so like critical. Like the dude is like super critical, like super hypercritical. Like it's ridiculous. Like so, like we just like review movies, and he always is super hard on them. We don't talk about any of that stuff, dude. We don't like look in the review mirror. No way. As if, bro. Like it. What's funny is like I want to know why he's like docking points, because a lot of times I want to say it's a lot better than that, because I'm not as like critical like that. Whenever I do my art, I'm super duper critical. I'll say that. Yeah, I mean it has to be not just perfect. It has to be like perfect, right? So like if I'm gonna start doing painting, or if say I want to start composing again, like I don't know if I'd actually show you guys me doing it, because I tried that and it doesn't really work out very well. Not because of whatever reason, it's just because it just doesn't. I don't know if there's really like a look for that. I think that they just want to make it or mix stuff that's pre-made, and then like create a long track and then just play it and stand there and kind of like fiddle with stuff. I've seen Deadmau5 do some composition, but like it's hard to want to watch it. Really, it is, and because it's seriously like nitpicky. Like it's more fun probably watching like a hot girl knit, right? A hot woman. hot woman knitting makes more sense than someone, nitpicking their own, like mixed lab or whatever. I don't know. We'll see if I get back into some composition. We'll see. It takes like 2 weeks just to figure out how to use the program decent anyways. Just say that right now. And I'd like went in and did some stuff on my old program, and it took me like a day just to even find some of the stuff. Like, I mean, like some of the stuff, like it's really hard to explain, but like specific types of instruments, it took like just one day to find some of the instruments that I liked. Like, I couldn't just open it up and find them. It literally took like 5 hours to find some things. But also, whenever it comes to messing with keys, it's very difficult too, but it's super difficult. Because you find the instrument and then you have to like figure out what pitch and what key and stuff. Yeah, it's fun to do that sometimes, honestly. It's balancing to like the FPS stuff. Before 20 like 17 Flume stuff, I was very into going 50-50 between FPS and composition. And one of my cousins, they were really hoping that I'd go 50-50 there, because all in on any type of FPS it's crazy, man. Like, I'll just say that right now. It's so logically based, and there's not a ton of room for creativity, especially back then, because I mean, really, we didn't have much. We had the beginning of Destiny 2, which was not as good as the Destiny 1. It was kind of a letdown. I think people would all have agreed that if it wasn't such a letdown, that they would have stayed with Activision. But if Activision pushed them to make a new game, they were clearly mad, because the first one was seriously successful, like to the very end. But that's kind of how Activision is, I think. I'm trying to think of, is there any game that I mean, maybe LoL, but even then, LoL is all about PvP. Maybe they were like intimidated. They didn't like that there was like a game that was kind of bridging the gap. Especially so successful like that. Like, I was reading that they had said that Destiny 2 wasn't a total flop, but it People didn't like it from the gates. Oh yeah, gotta show up, man. I gotta support these guys. Dude, Wash devs are they're seriously they need support. You know, everyone wants to play LOL. Everyone wants to play like Fortnite or Apex. Like the only way you can actually even play some of this Wash stuff is if you're actually, you know, eating a grind, which is hard to believe. It really is. So there's these recent changes in CEO have been interesting. I think um, it's kind of a wonder that Steam hasn't changed their CEO. Uh, I'm not so like schooled with Activision right now, but Xbox has changed. I think will make some progress, and I think that Halo Studios change it will make some progress. Um, they were just getting too much into making it less about, you know, playing, I guess, and creating a skill gap is how anything is competitive. But the only way you can create a skill gap is by having people play to get more skilled. But they didn't want to. They didn't want to like buy into that. So some of those people, they got switched out, right? And I guess they're starting. I don't know. We'll see if they get back into like the. I know the Xbox person. They said something that made sense. They were like, "I'm not trying to be the best. I'm not. I'm not hoping that, you know, that I will be better. You know, I'm." She was saying stuff like that. Like, so that's like good because if there was a problem that they had, it's that, like I said, they didn't want to put it on skill, which is, you know, it's just it's scary, dude. Like it really is. Instant gratification. Instant gratification is terrifying, man. Instant gratification is like the opposite of how competitive nature actually works, which is one of the reasons why it's scary, especially if you're trying to build a scene. Well, think about how they run like competitive stuff. Like, let's just say the Olympics. Like, they're what are they like getting tested for cheating every day or something? Is it like impossible to cheat? I mean, look, I'll look this up, dude. Let's see how often does an Olympic athlete get tested for PEDs. I'll what? Yeah, dude, I'll entice you on this one right here. 365 days a year, it says, with no off seasons or cutoff periods for testing. That's what Copilot said, dude. I don't know about that, man. But what? I almost wanted to say that just straight up that they get tested every day a year. I don't know why, but what? It seems like it could be possible. I don't know because I'm not an Olympic athlete and I don't know any real Olympic athletes, but I did I have family that lives in Colorado Springs and I've spent time with them and it does kind of like feel like that, especially with like the Air Force there and stuff. Like it's just like there's kind of just like one side of that stuff, right? They're like super duper strict. 365 days a year? You say how? Let me see. I'll read it. Let me see. Say it's designed to be safe and comfortable for athletes while maintaining sample integrity. It's USADA.org. I don't know. Anti-doping agency. Seems like they're pretty into not allowing any types of cheating because if there's going to be people cheating, then the skill gap gets skewed or it gets totally thrown out. Well, I honestly don't even think you can just bring someone in here to do anything. And the reason for that is because it's one like super crammed and crowded, but also two like good lord, what are they like a tiny person? I even think a tiny person would really feel sort of like cramped in here. Like I said, you don't got two fridges in your office, but you got two fridges in your garage, right? this is really just a room for like two PCs and that's it, right? Not even like a bookshelf. Certainly not a bunch of other stuff. Certainly not fridges. Like, what's no fridge? Maybe one fridge and a couple of PCs, but I mean, no. This is where like my mom and I we would never understand each other. She'd be like, "Get rid of the PC." They'd be like, no, that's not how it works. You don't just get rid of something like that. It's a personal computer that you built for yourself. You don't just get rid of it. Like, you just have to understand that. Some people do. I mean, I don't know one person who has done that. Not one. I'm thinking. My brain is churning. It's what? No. They give it away as a gift. I mean, if it's old as hell, right? But like, there's a standard at that point. Like, how do you like, you know, where do you think, and then where do I think? Because at that point, it's my standard, right? Because I have to say that it's old, you know, or I don't have a use for it, right? And then like also finding the person, what, like, bro, like, not even mildly easy, right? The last PC I gave away that was old, it's just it didn't sit well with me. And after that, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do that again. And I know someone who doesn't do it. I know someone who just like keeps it and what, just like lets it sit there, you know. And I don't know like why, but I feel as if you do like just give it away, like you kind of are putting yourself out there a little bit. If you sell it, like honestly, it's like what a strange thing, dude. What a strange thing. And that's just my opinion, but like what, like seriously, like most people like give it away to like their siblings or something. Selling it, like I said, I don't know one person who's ever sold a personal computer that they made for themselves. And I think that the reason is because it's something better left to like, a company, right? Or it's better left to that person to, make for themselves, I think. Because if I'm making something, for myself, I'm not, putting others, in mind like that. Not even mildly. You're like serious, man. Like, oh, no revives, dude. This is crazy, dude. Like someone borrow a PC. There are tons of good builders out there, but Smart H, I would just call rats on that, you know? think that was more difficult because I didn't have any audio, but I also don't know how it had 0 lives at the beginning. And a C+, like, hey, bro, at least I passed. At least I passed. I haven't been playing my Warlock very often, honestly. This is like, yeah. Passed. See if I can even remember how to do this one. $365 days a year I get tested for PEDs because I'm a Olympian video gamer. You test all my components too, every second. Oh, you know what? There's something wrong with my buttons. Oh, yep. NA, dude. No audio. We're on strike, dude. We're in audio strike. We're just gonna find something always to nitpick at over being on strike in some which way. It's not because I'm being underpaid, honestly. Nothing to do with how much I'm getting paid. It has everything to do with just that there's not enough room, and when I'm not going to just leave it all behind because that's not how I was raised. I'm not going to change. I tried that and it didn't work. Should we put on the audio? Just the earbuds? Just get the earbud there, you think? Just an earbud? I don't know. I think we might just strike it, dude. We might not like physically. Just like be like, we're gonna do a non-audio strike in the office and until we get out of it. Just like there's a form of protest, you know. We don't have to get a bunch of people doing it. I was reading that Sony is upset with the state of Destiny 2, and I'm like, you know what, man? I'm upset about a lot of things, but what can I do about it, right? I can only protest at this point, correct? Alright, 1 second. I'm BRB. I was kind of PO'd. Well, I certainly don't like going to concerts very much or going to any type of music type festival stuff. I'm just not that type of person. I've tried it, like I have honestly, like you can't hold it against me that I haven't tried a lot of this stuff, dude, because I certainly have tried a lot of it. Um it's just it seems very soul heavy, right? And maybe that's not like where an athlete should be. I'm trying to think, like there was like only one other kid that went, or no, two. Yeah, but none of them were successful in athletics. The the one who was successful in athletics, who I know, he was my neighbor, and I was talking about my work for him earlier today, actually. But he didn't listen to he didn't go to any concert. He listened to music, but he didn't He didn't go to a concert at all, not one time. Like I think that's kind of unsuccessfulizer for athletes. Maybe, I don't know. But even festivals like that, it's like they're just a totally different crowd. And that's fine, I guess. Like, nothing wrong with that. Like I said, I was more about being an athlete, I think, and being a competitor. And music is it's like on way other side of that. Yeah, I contacted the people who I used their program a lot for, um, probably like 4 or 5 years ago, and they remembered me, and they basically hooked me up with the program I was used to. So they kind of old. Dude, they don't mean that it ain't good, right? Like, honestly, like I might want to get into their newer program a little bit because they were just willing to, at least hook me up and respond to me and stuff. Maybe. I liked how they, did their old program. I don't think it was bad. I mean, I used a lot of different programs. I tried out a lot of them, and that was the one that I definitely liked. So, they're trying to like get me to go to a concert later this year, but I might just say no. They said I could say no if I don't want. I'm trying to decide. Right now I'm like, nah. Nah. Yeah. It's so strange because my one of my one of my aunts or like second cousin or something, she thought I listened to music, and I was like, hell no, I don't listen to music. She was like, you can listen to music real loud. I was like, I don't listen to music. My sister, I think she listens to music, and so does my mom, but I don't listen to music anymore. Every now and then, maybe just like a little bit, but I kind of got in trouble in the dorm for like having loud music for a little while. I think they held it against me and didn't pass me for one of my classes freshman year. Ever since then, I've always just kind of like wondered why. afraid to listen to music now, but I don't want to listen to loud music anymore. Like, honestly, like I said, I don't even like concert going. I think like who actually likes it? Like, there's just kind of like a nerd scene there, and I tried it and I just didn't fit in. Am I freaking bright those, dude? I don't even want to play PvP, dude. I played PvP the other day, dude. And what, dude? I'm already like not wanting to play it, but wanting to just strike. And I was a little bit upset that 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 I didn't get my like sports package thing. It's the second year in a row that I missed out on the deadline to get like some sports package for baseball for free. Just wanting to even strike even more, dude. Like, pun intended, not even, dude. Seriously, dude. There's no way I'm missing out on a third year, dude. Right? I'm like thinking, I was like, next year, dude. I swear, there's no way I'm gonna miss on that. It got me twice. Well, you know, the second time I really thought I was gonna get it because I was like pinging it, right, and I was like trying to like create an account, and sign in, and do all that stuff. The first year, like they got me. They got me good. Like total whiff. The second year, it just there was no reg. No reg, dude. Like I literally signed up and like it was just like, oh sorry, like, you know, not working basically. It was on strike. I mean, if you wanna like shoot, dude. I mean, if they're gonna get on strike, they're gonna get on strike. Well, having baseball in the background isn't like the worst thing, I think, but you know, clearly incapable for the second year in a row. And like, good luck with your $10 donation to the MLB Premier Package or whatever. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is supposed to be free, it says. $10 donation? Like, I thought it was free. Whatever. Next year, I'm gonna like get on my computer and try and because I was doing it on my phone. You want me to do some Halo? Play some Halo, bro. Yeah, bro. I do want to play Halo, dude. Honestly, I want to play Halo. Like Halo or not, right? I get this Bright Dust done, and then maybe I'll play a little bit of Halo. Just, I know they have like Fire Team Fight or something. You know, like something I could do with no audio. What is it? It's called oh, it's been so long since I played it. No one knows because everyone's playing games that aren't Halo. The Infinite could last a while. I was actually planning on doing 2 accounts to the hero rank. But then the business deal I was ordering fell through because it was just too much. And yeah, I mean, paying that much for internet is scary, dude. That has to be one of the, like, I mean, growing up where I grew up and how I was raised, you would think that I wouldn't even know that existed, or that I would never even have had a chance to even make a deal like that. But then you would also be like, it's Halo Infinite. Like, how are you trying to make a deal like that for that game? And I feel like, well, you know, if we're gonna save the game, we're gonna save the game, right? But I don't even know, like, honestly, like, clearly it didn't work, and that whole the Xbox side of things, like I said earlier, there was no progress, right? So, you know, buying into a game like that doesn't even have any progress, I'm sure it would have just not even have been very good anyway. It would have been fine until, you know, they like counted on my firewall or something, right? Oh, we counted your firewall. It's like, we figured it out. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, you know, like, this game is what the Halo Infinite is one of the most dead games. Whether it's fun or not, there's not a ton to do, right? Like in Destiny and even in Marathon, there's like tons to do, right? Like, it's just dependent on what you want to do or put yourself out there for. But in Halo, it's kind of just like, you know, they'll put the hashtag in their stream, like, save Halo, you know. Like, they don't put that in any of the streams for Destiny or Marathon, right? So that's how you know right there that it's, you know, it's better off, right? I kind of like that person's style. Save Halo, they say. What a scary thing, man. Like, I think we tried it, like, right? But it didn't work. And why it was just, I mean, that's just too much damn money to spend on a game that clearly isn't going to pay back. I can already tell that a lot of the community here in Destiny is upset that instead of doing something that were either like Destiny related, they wanted to like go off on some wild goose hunt. That's the vibe I'm getting, but also the stuff I've been watching on YouTube about it is basically that kind of like notion is that maybe there is a story to be told there, but also there's like also a lot of like there's a community here that looks at that and is saying, why didn't you just continue this story? I mean, this game was fine, right? And it was actually getting better. But to throw your like resources into something that is totally different. I think right now it's more about the story than it is about any type of like the way that they're just buying into the Steam plight. They're like, okay, well, beat the game and then what? Move on, basically. That's just like what I think personally. I don't know for sure. I haven't talked, a lot about it, but that's just what it seems like. And I mean, call it whatever you like. I mean, if they're just gonna wanting to tell a story more, then that's fine. Like I guess, but I think the community of the Destiny, who is kind of like a bunch of Bungie tryhards, probably feel a little bit off point. I guess I don't know. They're like, what's your point, man? I had a nightmare about it. I did have a nightmare about Marathon, dude. Stuff what? They're on some strong thing, dude, right? Like, oh, I gotta buy in, right? Oh, I gotta buy in for this. I'm just right up my alley with being a creep, right? Like, come on, it's so. Uh, thinking Mass Effect is more where I'm at. Mentally, yeah. I mean, Mass Effect is definitely where I'm at mentally. Walking around and like being I want to say like a picky wicky Nikki or something. I need to get so much of this or so much of that. I think it's just the apple being held in front of the horse. You could have it, AI do most of that. Because I would rather watch The Last of Us. Yeah, maybe like if it were like a new season, I guess, or if the new season just came out, was trying to just like refresh, what was going on. They said they might go free to play. also said they're in it for like they're like really trying to make it like a long standing thing. Like he's ready to nuke it, and it was like yeah, I did read that too. That they were ready to nuke it as well. They so the commentary was saying that they're wanting to make it like a long stand thing, but then they also said that they might just get out fast. I don't have money for that. I'll just tell you that right now. I don't have money to buy Marathon, not even mildly. I'm not gonna go beg someone to buy me Marathon either, dude. You know what I mean? If it's not meant for me or not meant to be, then what? Then I'm not gonna do it, right? Like I almost want to just buy more Destiny Silver. Like at this point, if I'm gonna spend money, because there's a bunch of stuff from the Star Wars season that I'm really interested in. And I don't know, like, is it gonna be gone after the season? Like, see, that's for Destiny. It got me like in a freaking, got me in a vice script or whatever. Because I've played it so much for so long that I already know that some of that stuff ain't gonna be gone forever, right? At some point though, like I just don't know when. Like just get out into your skull for it that what, it ain't gonna be there at some point. This awesome Star Wars stuff is so cool. Seriously awesome. So whenever I look at it, I'm like, well, I'm not gonna, spend the 80 or 50 or $30 even, right? I'm on Marathon. I would just get the silver, and so I can get some of this stuff before I guess I want to say evaporates. Before it evaporates. Because I don't even have it. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 that I don't have, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 that I have, dude. That's not even 50-50, man. I'm way behind. It's not good. No way, bro. I got way behind, dude. I'm just trying to play Marathon. Buy into the heat surge, or the what is it, the hype surge. I think I'd rather just play Infinite. I want to get on some Infinite in a little bit, I think. I think Infinite is kind of fun right now, and I think MCC is definitely fun. I think Destiny it's never been in a better place. Like whenever it comes to like their expansion stuff, like what they have in the expansion and what there is to do. I think I only took like maybe like a year off, and like I said, I mean, it doesn't even none of those years even come close. The next closest is just D1, honestly. And I think that why D1 is so much fun is because because there's like mentally there's not like 50,000 things going on. It's more just like 5 things. And if there's one thing I'm learning from like competitive sports from there's one thing that I learned from competitive sports, but also that I'm kind of like relating to how the esports scene is becoming more competitive. It's they just want CS:GO, right? It's just like two things, right? Or three things. It's not a lot of things. I mean, the thing about CS:GO is that like you can spend 200 hours just focusing on one map throwing a nade, right? Whereas in Destiny 2, you can spend 500 hours, trying to perfect a build. But perfecting that build is going to be a lot different, right? Like, very, very different. And there's no saying that that build is actually perfect once you quote unquote perfect it, right? Is it kind of a waste? I mean, well, like Destiny 1, like, you don't really need to perfect the build, right? Like, because it's not about the builds, it's not about the guns, it's more just about how it plays, and it's more about the engine, it's more about the maps. Maybe that is why CS:GO is kind of really taking over like that. Because I mean, if you spend 500 hours perfecting one nade in the game, like that's a code that does kind of last, right? Whereas I mean, if you spend 500 hours perfecting a build, like that ain't gonna last, dude. No way. It ain't gonna last. You know that. You know where that going, bro. You know where that going. You gonna get cooked. You gonna get cooked. Yeah, yeah. Well, get cooked or not, like you know where to go. It ain't what. It ain't staying there. Like mentally, like wild though, right? Because like, what is the build for though, right? Oh, it's just for PVE. Like, what do you mean just for PVE? Oh, just for this specific type of PVE. And like, oh no, not the just for this specific type of PVE. Whether it gets sunset or not, dude. That what? I think that like from a content creation standpoint, there's no way that people are going to jump on that train. Unfortunately, it's so niche. It's like wildly scary. Like I think that one of the things that one of my friends had said, I forgot who said it. I think it was Taco, Merciless Taco said that he was. I think it was Merciless Taco. Um, he had said he was like, oh, if I'm a what, if I'm gonna watch Destiny, I'm just gonna play Destiny. He said, and I was like, that makes sense. Yeah, you're just like the normal Destiny player, right? Like I'm not gonna watch Destiny. I'm just gonna play Destiny. Like like yeah, that seems right. Seems about right. Why? Well, if you're like trying to watch it, like how, how much of that, like, especially when there's so much to do. Like there's, like I said, 50,000 things going on. Like, there's what, 5 things? I mean, Destiny 1 is fun, dude. Like, a lot of people are going back and playing that game right now because it really is just fun like that. Like, if you're considering 50,000 things to do or on your mind while you're playing a game fun, like, bro, like, more, like, more or less, I'm asking you. Like, fun is like 3 things going on. We're a terrorist. We're what? We're a counter-terrorist, or we're a bomb. I got 3 things there for you, fun guy. That whole Flume debacle, like, straight scuffed my left hand so bad, though, dude. So, whenever it comes to mouse and keyboard, dude, it's, like, way too painful. Ever since then, I have really taken it easy on MNK, but before then, I didn't really try it very much. After that, I was, like, trying it, and I was like, okay, yeah, no thanks. This is incredibly painful, you know? Well, some of you are like, well, the sunset content. But do you think, like, oh yeah, man, you just practice, 500,000 hours on a build for sunset content. Imagine that. Like, I'm like, well, what are you talking about? Like, whatever they remove from their game clearly doesn't exist, dude. You're like seriously, like you're what? You're bringing up nothing. And, like the people who are like, seriously into that side of stuff, versus like the people who are just gonna come to terms with reality. Don't exist. Why was he mad that they took the work? I wonder though, honestly. They like some people they have it like on like quick dial of like what is sunset and what isn't. And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? That doesn't exist. It never like if it had existed, what like it doesn't, right? So I think I gotta do some origami for you. That exists and will continue to exist, right? But what they take out and what they don't, I think that is less matterful than like the reason of why. What is the reason why at that point is because it because if it happened, then it happened, right? But it ain't gonna change nothing if what you don't figure out the reason why and then try and change that. That's for sure. That's just like a leadership opinion right there, dude. Like you can't just put it all on, well, we hate that because of this. Like, I don't even know what that was, honestly, dude. Like the way that you know an athlete is trained to forget things, you would be surprised actually of some of the worst plays I have done on a baseball field or a basketball court and even on a football field. You'd be surprised, dude. Literally. And you literally have to keep playing, dude. Like you can't just stop. You can just like, oh, I made a bad mistake, but time to like sit down or whatever. So like there's always like gonna be that type of like taking the good with the bad, but also I mean if you're just gonna like focus on the negatives, then there'll never be like a happy place for you to enjoy like sunset content or not. I would rather just worry about whether what they're gonna spend their next money on for the next project. Like, is it gonna be Destiny Classic or is it going to be like a remake of Destiny 1 or is it gonna be like continuation of Destiny 2? Because the numbers for Marathon are a lot worse than I think that they thought, and I'm not gonna say I called it because I didn't call it. What I think is that there's just like a stigma with that type of like game first off, but also that clearly even the dev was mad that they were putting that money on a side project, because if they didn't give him that money after he did all that work, then what? Instead put it into something that was kind of creeped, and what? Like, I don't know if that's what happened, but does it seem like that? I'm not gonna take a shot at that or anything. Like, I don't even remember what the content was, I'll be honest with you. Are we all gonna be like that? I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe we will all be like that, dude. Maybe we will. Is it okay? I don't know, man. Like, if it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. think that the only people who are really left out to dry were the people who perfected builds, you know, for that specific type of content. No one remembers it, what any of that was about. Well, you know, honestly, dude, like, I think that there's a lot of Destiny 1 that I don't remember. And, you know, like, I did buy it. Like, I spent the $20 on that, you know, and I'm already kind of regretting not, you know, spending it on Destiny 2 Silver. But, you know, that's kind of where my brain is. It's like Destiny 1 or Destiny 2, right? And there are plenty of people like that. The Destiny community is kind of like that a lot. I was saying the other day, I'll be like, you'll be lucky if you can even get me streaming, you know, 5 days a week in the first year. Because I'm just gonna wanna, like, you know, tar it out. And try and help out the community there for there's so many people that want to play this game though. Like, can you believe that? Like, see, that's where I look at you and I'm like, you're wrong if you think that like, thinking that you have to show up every day for Destiny, that it's gonna make a massive difference, because I mean, people are always gonna want to show up for it, right? But I look at like Marathon right now, and like it does seem like play it for the story and then basically, get going. That's just what I think though. Like, I don't know, right? Is it a good story? I don't know, man. Honestly, like, I haven't played it. It has good reviews, so maybe it is a good story. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, but my mind, whenever it comes to like story-based games, is like I'm kind of like living in Mass Effect still, right? It's like The Last of Us. I mean, that just seems like something that you would watch, right? But even then, like the sci-fi part of me is really kind of more on board with what's going on with even like Dead Space. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna probably buy some more Destiny Silver here pretty soon, because I want to get some of these Star Wars cosmetics, and then yeah, I already played Mass Effect. I played the last one, Andromeda. I played it on Xbox, and I enjoyed it. Yeah, I thought it was, and I thought it was a fun game. Honestly, I really did. And Dead Space, I played the most recent. No, I didn't play the most recent, but I played the one before that, and it made me kind of like question wanting to play it more. But it's kind of more hardcore. It's just like a little bit too hardcore, I think. Uh, I think if there's a game for story base, it's like Mass Effect is really more on board with that. I don't know like what this like actual like data says about which one is rated better or anything, or what the reviews are, but seems like Mass Effect is in a better place than that, and Dead Space is just more about like the like gunplay and stuff. But even then, I felt like Mass Effect had decent gunplay too. So I don't know. Maybe in the next 5 years, play the new Dead Space. Maybe. It just was like seriously like I felt like I played like the entire thing on like a hard difficulty, and then at the very end it was just so way too hard, and I felt really disturbed because I had to change it back to like the normal difficulty just for like basically like the last 10%. I've been disturbed ever since. I mean, the new one came out, and I was like, "Is it?" I'm worried that I'm gonna like think I could beat this game on hard, and then at the very end, I'm gonna have to turn it down a little bit. Not very rewarding. It feels just like I said, anticlimactic much. Just like yeah, incredibly anticlimactic, dude. Like not even like debatable, right? It did feel like there was not a lot of like personality towards playing it. In Mass Effect, it definitely had more of that. I think they're gonna make, you know, I don't even know the devs of any of that stuff. EA makes Mass Effect, I think, and then I don't know who makes Dead Space, but I think, like, I don't even know for certain if EA makes Mass Effect. Like, is it Firefight? Is what it's called? Firefight? You gonna play some Firefight with us? I guess. I don't know. We're on strike, dude. We're on strike, bro. No more, no PvP till Brooklyn. The Beastie Boys was like, they were literally trolling. It felt like I was like, these guys are trolling. The where I'm at right now is just, it's like wanting to get on the comp train is the thing, and I'm not wanting to get on the comp train. I think if I was to get on the comp train, it would be with Halo Infinite, but even then, like, I've heard so much about it because you know, I've been in that scene since like a really long time, like, you know, but you know, since the start of Infinite, right? But even then, like, I was really, you know, taking Halo 5 serious. Not like playing it, but just like watching it. So, like, trying to like see how the dev was, you know, going and stuff. And if this critical wise, I mean, like, if I'm gonna be critical about something, like, it is kind of like like at the dev, right? I mean, I remember like just about everything that they've been talking about the Halo Infinite comp grind. I mean, how else do you get me on the phone like that, you know, with a couple of different business deals, right? Not just one, but a second one too, right? Not that I'm like, was like taking like, you know, or like, you know, wagering or anything, but like we were just, you know, talking. was I gonna make a comp grind for Infinite? It would be much more worth to do like Overwatch, Apex, Valorant. And it really, like, honestly, it might be that way for another 5 years. It really depends on how fast this new CEO for Xbox works. Because the last guy, and I'm not gonna call him out or be like so prevalent or anything like that. I mean, he just didn't want to get past just the simple notion of it not being above the skill gap, right? Like, you can't have anyone above the skill gap in a competitive scene. 365 days a year, these Olympians are being tested for PEDs, according to Copilot and the Drug Administration thing, the Anti-Doping Committee. Like, is that true? But even if it's not true, like, that's probably like a rough estimate, right? So say it's like 300 days a year, dude. Like, geez, man, that's incredibly strict, dude. Like they're clearly invested. The Olympic Committee of the United States team is clearly heavily invested in making sure that their skill gap is healthy. And if there's a big difference between esports and regular sports right now, that's the problem. And if watched games are having like a massive issue, like Gears, Halo, Destiny. Destiny isn't as bad though, because like I said, there's so much like other things to do, right? You don't have to play Trials, you know? You don't have to play Conf. You know, you don't have to even play Crucible. No, I'm actually kind of I like to watch Valorant right now. I like to watch Apex, like competitive sports, esports. I mean, that's what I like to watch. Um, I have a hard time watching Overwatch, just because like it's really a lot going on. And I mean, CS:GO is like I said, it's just it seems like it's like a Steam. What is it called? Like a nepo baby or something? See, I don't even understand what those words even mean, right? A Steam nepo baby or something? See, I don't even know what that means. Like, I can't even like go in and be like that. This is why. Like, but it is kind of like Steam's like flight, and I grew up being a console player. So, I mean, I didn't even know that existed for a really long time until I was in my 20s. I didn't even know that game existed, dude. Like, you live under a rock as a hermit, and what, you realize that, it really isn't that bad of a rock, right? Especially whenever you're, like, having to, like, deal with, like, like, Rockies and mountains and, like, other types of wild stuff. You're like, hey, living under that rock was better than I thought. Like, you're gonna get a business deal for what? For Infinite? And then wonder why what? You and your dad are all angry. Like, well, just split the bill or not. Like, split the bill or not. I'll just say that right now. Split the bill or not. Like, clearly that type of a deal is more for like Overwatch, Valorant, or CS:GO, or even Apex at this point, right? Like, you get that type of deal for Infinite or MCC and what? Like, you're like, are you just gonna get made fun of, or? I don't even know. It's a lot of money. You might end up having to get like a part-time job, right? It takes the fun away of the game. Well, it takes you away from the game, that's for sure. If you're gonna get a part-time job to afford something like that. They said you could flip burgers, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna flip burgers because what's gonna end up happening is that I'm gonna want to like take the food home with me, and I can't have like a bad diet even mildly. I have to have like a very good diet. I can't eat burgers every day. I can't eat fries every day. The chain games. I want to see how often a professional athlete in, let's see, what sport, what sport, what are we gonna check on? How often does a professional, let's say hockey. I like hockey. Yes, I do. I like hockey. How about you? Hockey player get tested for PEDs. Let's see here. 2 times per season. Oh wow, that's not very often. I guess. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Yeah. Well, maybe I guess. It depends on like how long the drugs stay in your system and like stuff like that, I guess. But even then, like 2 times a year is during. It's not 2 times a year. 2 times a season. That's actually not as strict as I thought. I mean, if video games are have a chance to get into the Olympics, but clearly it's a lot more strict than just creating some league, right, and handling it themselves. Yeah, I think that was their goal at some point was to try and get some of this stuff into the Olympics, but what is a PED? Like, I would probably think that like most stimulants probably are on the PED list. I would also think that like there are other things that you wouldn't think that would be on some of those lists because I've done research about that stuff and I remember like things that are like just like supplement stuff sometimes even like they make their list, right? Like you don't make their list. Like no one anywhere decides who makes their list. They're the only ones who do that. And if they're gonna test, every day, like clearly they're serious, right? Like the more serious teams are gonna be winning too, right? Because I mean, if America win the Olympics, then what? They're testing their athlete every day. They're not even giving them days off whenever they have days off to not get tested, right? No, it's like no off season. They're testing their athlete every day. They're not even giving them days off whenever they have days off to not get tested, right? No off season. 2 times a year. It's probably like really hard for them to think that esports will ever make it into the Olympics because there's just so many ways to cheat. It's probably like really hard for them to think that esports will ever make it into the Olympics because there's just so many ways to cheat. I even forgot what game that they were thinking they were gonna like appeal for. Seriously, like CS. Maybe it was CS. Yeah, maybe it was. I feel like Valorant had a good chance, or could have a good chance, but I don't know, honestly. I say Apex. Like I don't know, like honestly, dude. Like seriously, for now, my brain is in the ideal of being like they're never gonna make it, right? Like because they're you can cheat in like five different ways, like right. Whereas like in elite like regular Olympic sport, you can really only cheat in like one way. Less worried about the game. Well, how do you even worry about the game, dude? Like there's a there's no chance, right? They gotta get tested every day, dude. Dude, do you have any idea how strict that is? That's almost like the only way something like that would work is if you had like the athletes all in like one freaking place. Like all of them would have to go to like, the Saudi Arabia freaking like video game paradise, right? And what like it would almost be like, the admin is in charge of everything, right? Like you don't get to choose anything. Like you don't get to choose your keyboard, you don't get to choose your mouse, you don't get to choose like you have no choice. The purple Power Ranger, whenever he doesn't show up, had no choice. You know, having no choice is sometimes a part of life. Regardless of what you want to think or what most people have like kind of bought into their whole life, having no choice is sometimes a thing that people have to do, regardless if they want to do it or not. Regardless of what you want to think or what most people have like kind of bought into their whole life, having no choice is sometimes a thing that people have to do, regardless if they want to do it or not. I think that would be a better investment for them than like a wall town or whatever. Um, and I know they already stopped the construction on that. Just like good for them, right? Like honestly, like there's some like I said, like that's just something I just came up with like here, like just since we just started streaming, right? Like we're talking about esports and stuff. I'm telling you what I think about competition just in general, right? Because I mean I've been there, dude. Like you know, regardless of what you want to say about my accolades or the accolades of my family, like I've been there, right? Like I mean I've done it, like and some of that stuff I didn't want to do, right? Did I have a choice? Like it feels like I had no choice. Just so you know, like there's like once you get peer pressured enough, it really does feel like you have no choice in some of that. I don't even know, man. Like, at this very moment, I'm probably thinking Valorant, just because Valorant has just like this more creativity than CS:GO, but less chaos than Apex. And sometimes people don't like a lot of chaos, and like if the chaos like drives them crazy, it's like comparing like, let me think, like I want to say like comparing like hockey to like soccer, right? Whereas like I feel like hockey would be more like Valorant, and soccer would be more like Apex or even CS, and maybe CS more, but like basketball would be like Apex clearly. So like those are the comparisons I give you that are straight on point. Like everyone likes hockey, yeah, so everyone likes Valorant. Like it's the same thing. Like like in that, you don't want to say it's like too toxic or that the community is really toxic. It's like, well, hockey's pretty toxic, dude. Honestly, dude. You should know some of the stuff I know about hockey, dude. I know a lot about it. Like seriously, I think hockey's probably more toxic than Valorant, dude. Let's be honest with you. Like they killed a guy, dude. There was a guy that died. He literally died. Like playing freaking like dude, like honestly, dude, you shouldn't die playing a sport. Well, you can talk about toxic, right? It's a sport, dude. Like sportsmanship doesn't exist. If people are dying while playing the sport, or sportsmanship exists and what it's not taken very serious. They care more about PED and whether or not they're using it. Maybe that's why they make them not use it, dude. They're worried they're gonna die. But like I said, the guy that died in hockey, like, was it PED related? Probably not, honestly. Maybe, I don't know. Seriously, I don't even know, dude. I couldn't even tell you, dude. Like, it's just seriously dramatic, and comparison wise, they want to say Valorant is really toxic, and I'm like, well, it's not like people are straight up, dying on the Valorant stage, which I mean, I hope they don't, right? Yeah, don't die playing esports. Don't die playing sports. Ugh. Everyone likes hockey. Say, I don't know, man. There should be hockey on right now. There's like during the playoffs. justly cause it trying to, help the state's age demographic. Longevity is an important statistic, just so you know. A lot of people think that that's very important. I think it's important. I do, honestly. It's one of the reasons why I'm so angry and why I'm kind of like not wanting to be in this office at all, mostly. I've like totally made it so crammed too, dude. Like, honest, dude, can you believe that I made it so crammed that it's like uncomfortable for me to even want to, start a session here? Apex, honestly. Um, Also, it seems like let's see. It also seems like there's like some balance there too. Like doing the Chinese New Year's, their tournament and stuff. Like going to a tournament like that probably is quite fun, honestly. Probably not. No. I like to watch it though. Like, see, it's something like that. Like, I want to get a little bit tipsy, right? Maybe. Maybe. There's 2 a year, so there's really just one a year, like one big one. So like, if I want to get like a little tipsy on like a pina colada or something, then I'm gonna do that, right? Or I'm not. But if I do, then what? I'm gonna enjoy it more. But like showing up, like, not really for me, honestly. Like that Purple Ranger, dude. Didn't even get a sequel. Yeah, no sequel. Just what? Just doesn't even show up. Most people don't even know he exists. Showmanship has to do with presentation, right? Like, what does what does the stage look like? What does the arena look like? Um, Also, like, who's like commentating? Um, and like, I guess, like, what the organization, what how it's organized, I guess. Like, cause the way that they're doing their dances and stuff. It's pretty fancy, I guess, right? Pretty fancy, yeah. I mean, that is fancy, honestly. Like, dances like that, eh? Some serious dancing over there. They got flags and they're like dancing. Well, have like a high school football game. I'm gonna do this right now. I'm gonna compare it to a high school football game. I know you're gonna hate me a little bit, but so compared to like a high school football game, it's kind of similar. They got like their like dances, and then they got like their flags, and they're like then they got their competition. So they know exactly, you know, what people kind of like are signing up for, right? And I mean, they stick to that formula, and they do it good. I mean, how do you say they don't do it good? Like, clearly. No, I like to watch the Valorant ones more. Yeah, I don't know why, dude. Honestly, they changed the meta so much, and the maps are very interesting, but also like the creativity is not overwhelming. Like, just want to like chill, man. You know, like. Oh, no, I mean clearly Apex has it down to a comparative high school football game. Golly, but like I mean, they turn it up like really, like they just like really turn it up because you know, it's like they're not half in it. They're not cutting the deal. They're literally turning it up completely all the way. Sometimes they're hard to watch too, cause like they like sneak up on you a little bit, I guess. And I mean, I'll try and look up like when it is, and like not as easy as you might think to like plan around that. I don't know, dude. It seems like CS:GO really is the only one that would even be trying to get in like that. But if it's gonna be like getting tested every day of the year, I mean, that's a lot of money just to spend on tests. I think first off. Apex is clearly doing its own thing. I think Valorant could do it, but I mean, they would have to put up for it, and like, would they even want to put up for that? Like, cause it just seems, it almost seems uh, like the duelist island thing, like in Yu-Gi-Oh, kind of like where they're like, oh well, we're all just gonna go to an island and you know do card magic battles. Like kind of similar, I guess, right? Like it's the duelist kingdom thing. Like actually kind of funny thinking that I would want to sign up for something like that. But yeah, I mean, I well, if it were Destiny, like I don't know, it'd be tough to turn down, but I think that we wouldn't make it, right? There's no way we're making it out of that alive. We won't get cooked. Did they try that too? I wonder. Like maybe they did. Honestly, it didn't work out right. Probably not, huh? I don't think Destiny or Destiny 2 have a chance for something like that, but I think Valorant probably could. I don't know, but even then, right? Like, they're kind of off in their own little league and stuff. I don't even know if CS:GO would be able to like, get teams from every place, because I'm sure China has like such a massive lead at this point. Yeah, I don't even wasn't it already happened or something? Like, is it happening soon? See, like I don't even know. Like, when is the Apex tournament? Like, I know that they just had qualifiers, right? Like, so they've been doing qualifying online for it or something. So it should happen in like probably the next few months, I bet, honestly. Like, I mean, I could look it up after this. Probably the next few months, I bet. Where's Y'all are in that too, right? Like, dude, I'm pretty upset about COVID, dude. I'll be honest with you, though. Before COVID, there is no way people and businesses were this desperate. Before COVID, there is no way and businesses were this desperate. Just remember this, dude. Had Destiny 1 not died, COVID wouldn't have happened, dude. No, I don't know. Maybe? Yeah, probably, honestly, dude. Destiny 2 caused COVID. Probably, yeah, dude, honestly. Maybe that's why they were like, we're gonna freaking go with Marathon instead of continuing. We're gonna get the end game and get done with it. Even though the end game is a raid, right? Like, whatever, man. Even though the end game is a raid, right? Like, whatever, man. Not even sticking to like any type of like, not even sticking to like. Oh, this is for everyone type of formula. Just what this is again. What going into the whole. You know, we're trying to be cool or something. So you can't try to be cool, man. Either you're cool or you're not. Again, what going into you trying too hard to be cool. We're trying to be cool or something. You can't try to be cool, man. Either you're cool or you're not. Wow, it's actually a really long time from now. The actual, I guess there's only like one big tournament a year. That's crazy, dude. Seriously. Just one Worlds or something, and then everything. Like, League is. See, where I'm looking at you is like, I'm like, League is like. I mean, do they have like more than that or something? And like Valorant, like, it feels like they're landing like every weekend or something, right? League is where I'm looking at you is like, I'm like, League is like. I mean, do they have like more than that? Just they're really what they're what they're targeting like one big giant thing, right? Apex is. There's like a qualifier thing in June, and then the LAN qualifier in July, and then the actual Worlds is in January. Like, dude, what? That's like seriously cray, bro. That's cray. I'm curious if the one in June is like if it's LAN or not. So I'm thinking, is it LAN? Is it just? I caught them like a week ago, I think, just doing online stuff. I mean, January, you say. I've been doing a new, like a one for one thing to make, like the holding your hand fingers up like that in front of your eyes, and to make it look like they're like tears running down, and then going like this to your eyes afterwards. I've been doing a new, like a one for one thing to make, like. see. Here, I'll show you. Yeah, there's no audio, so but I'll show you. I've been doing it to little Charlie. I've been showing him this. Watch. It's not gonna get hyped until November, you think? Well, where will you be on January 11th? It starts on the 12th? See, like, dude, I swear Charlie would get on board with that. He would be like, bro, you're what? You're more creepy than Marathon. Like, you're trying to creep me out with Marathon. It's gonna escalate my game, bro. I need to turn up. It's January 11th, the big day. Yep, I think so. Wait, was it on 12th? Let's see, bro. I swear it was on 12th. January 15th through 18th. Was it like June 11th? See, July 7th to July 11th for the next major lane. July 7th to July. But still, July, like, that's coming up. That's right around the corner. So there's gonna be two, right? Like the major land, and then they're gonna take like a 5-month break or something. And July's kind of wild, dude. That's right around the corner. So there's gonna be two, right? Like the major land, and then they're gonna take like a 5-month break. April, May, June, July. That's like 4 months. Subscription. I need to read some books. I need to, re-enroll. Yeah, gotta get what? Gotta get my education. So I can move to the city and make bending money. Subscription. I need to read some books. I need to, re-enroll. Yeah, gotta get what? Things to do in the next 4 months, right? So I moved to the city and spending money. I think that whenever someone brings up no choice a little bit, like I do get a little bit cringe, to be honest with you. people think that you're like not cool for that, right? But like, are they just like, wanting to cheat though, like, or something? Like, see, that's where I look at you and I'm like, laying in bed and just relaxing, right? Waiting on the world to change, like, and you want me, to show up 5 days a week, and you're getting it like once every 2 weeks right now. And I'm not even gonna give myself audio at this point, because I already know you're gonna try to lure me into PvP, and I played PvP last week, and what, like, honestly, bro, like, I already regret it. You see my cry face? Oh, does Daniel need another cry face? See the sad clown? Alright, here it is. You see my cry face? Oh, but the Apex tournament isn't tomorrow, bro. I gotta what? Gotta wait 4 months for the next major, dude, and it's not even Worlds, dude. And what? Everyone knows that January is the most better month. So, like, we're like not even halfway there, dude. Everyone knows that January. Put my sad face on for you, dude. I gotta show you how I cry. We're like not even halfway there, dude. Put my sad face on for you, dude. I gotta show you how I cry. Things seems busted, dude, but yeah, I'll be right, dude. This is what trying my patience. bugged Valorant, or he bugged it because I don't have a Valorant streamer on the side. Well, for that I need to get my second ISP, bro. I'm gonna figure it. They're gonna want me to stay. And then what's the next Valorant tournament? We gotta be nice to Valorant too. And then we gotta look up what Overwatch. We gotta talk about competitive sports. I mean esports. Can't, we all agreed that we like hockey, so what we can just drop competitive sports at that, right? Like if they're gonna die, then what? Okay, they're going to die. It says June 6th. America's stage is going on right now. Pacific's so the region stages are going on right now, and the qualifiers run through May. America's stage is going on right now. So the region stages are going on right now, and the qualifiers run through May. Looks like it's busted, dude. some Madden driven for. I also think that that's where things get toxic, dude. Like, you want to talk about a toxic game, dude? Like, why don't I like to play a lot of Madden, right? And some of the stuff that I read about it in that game, like, has me worried about, esports and stuff. There was like a guy, and he had like a recipe for success in Madden, and he wrote a book about it, and he was like an avid pro who like took it like seriously. He was like seriously all in on Madden, right? And he wrote a book about his recipe for success and whatnot, and how to get good at Madden and how to be like one of the best Madden players ever. And just shot up like half the damn tournament and killed the guy who freaking leaked his footage. Like it's not really like funny. Like seriously, that's toxic, dude. Like that's seriously toxic, right? That's the worst people to be with, right? See, I don't like honestly, man. Like it just FIFA just doesn't fit the bill for toxic. I guess for me, it's just kind of toxic comparatively speaking. I guess. I would like to look up a FIFA tournament, I guess. No, but I think Rocket League has kind of just taken over those sports completely. Like if it's a ball and a goal, it's Rocket League, right? You say Griffball, hey Griffball, dude, let's play some Griffball if I ever make it out. Yeah, Griffball wasn't as popular as Rocket League. Bro, then no way, dude. There would be no skill gap, dude. They've always struggled with one thing, and that's not thinking that they were the greatest, best, better player all in the same fucking setup. Yeah, but no validity. Oh yeah, bro. Then no validity. Yeah, we don't need validity. but what, like, for what sport, right? Is it kind of like, you know, for like what? You know, like, no one even knows, right? Mm. Rocket League, you think? You say Rocket League? So, did they have said Rocket League? Yeah, that's, I don't know if that's a good enough trade, to be honest. But I also, kind of heard brain exactly what they're trading for that. Rocket League is secretly toxic as hell, man. They're dead straight joke. Okay, well, they're on the bubble, right? They're clearly like they're not the odd man in. They're like the first four out, right? Like, we'd rather try to like raid for some Destiny competitive, dream, right? Like playing it, and I want to think about our practice being a Rocket League pro. What did we trade again? Peak of his years. I was gonna say just all watch games. Well, I mean, if Rocket League was auditing the launch games, like clearly what like they had a serious suit, right? Like it was clearly one-sided, right? And the watch people there, they get really base, and they they turn into like a total gamer, right? Like the problem with Infinite is they were just base gamers, and you're dead, right? You can't be a base gamer. It's more about having, you know, testing and pizza parties, right? I think like what a base gamer really is like. Like if I was just, you know, given money to like test the game and eat food, like didn't realize I was being audited because a base gamer probably doesn't. There are a lot of different OS though, security. I don't like want to like be so nitpicky, but there are so many times that like you have to prove to them that you can pass that stuff. It's not as easy as you think in that type of industry, and you know, it's just honestly like it's very cringe sometimes. Imagine, you know, a lot of finger pointing because you know they clearly weren't doing it the right way from the start. Like you can't just you know have pizza parties and play the game nonstop. Like how could they you know a dev like Origin template, right? They wouldn't even have you know a few hours a year, right? Like golly, like take a break, right? Golly. But I'm not gonna watch like a Rocket game, and I don't like that. I don't like watching Rocket League right now. Like clearly they watch Duke's they watch Duke only and didn't realize that they weren't really trying. They got the original gamer tag accountability and use it as like some sort of like halfway, you know, shag house or something, which honestly will never work, right? Clearly would not work. Any sabotage modes? Well, I mean, anyone with half a brain isn't gonna do that. I would like look at the dev and be like, this is your way out. Like, do you live this way as well? Like, is this what you're expecting from yourself, or you're just trying to say that I'm stupid for not wanting to do things the right? Because in reality, I mean, I would be like, dude, if there's a problem with like that whole scenario is that it's gonna drive people away from your game, and they're not gonna want to do it. They're not gonna want to play your game in general. Like, if they call the game trash, they can call it whatever they like. That doesn't matter as much. What matters is that there's like some thing that it has nothing to do with the game that like runs the game, I guess. You go, okay, 1 second, dude. I'm gonna take out my glasses for this one, dude. You can't call me a nerd this time. Wait a second, bro. This one is for all those things that don't have to do with the game that affect the game, bro. Here we are. Here we are.
like if we're talking like gaming food, I wouldn't think that sushi is very healthy, to be honest. Like there are so many better soups than that. There are so many better like cakes. Like you wouldn't think that like some cakes are really good, but like even something like lemon bars as well. Like there are like these like other foods that are much better at gaming than sushi. That's for sure. Not that sushi is bad, but I mean it certainly isn't. Like half of a bear's brain or something. The bears aren't that special. I mean, bears are they're not the most unspecial, but they're also I think they're not the most special either. I look at you and I'm saying like, okay, well as a bear, you're what? You're mostly just chasing a horse, or you're eating fish. I mean, berries and stuff aside, like really, that's is that just like kind of sorta like on my way back, right? Or on my way to, right? think that that might be a little bit more tribal, honestly. Like whenever you're coming to like health, I think I might get likes for that. Yeah, nothing but bamboo. Yeah, I'll probably get likes. Gain or not, dude. Honestly, like all that matters, right? But getting likes that mainly right. I know I'm gonna like the fishy present though, right? Not really, right? Not like you're not gonna be like super excited, right, about that asset, right? Radiating that blind them, right? Is it the eye doctor Schwartz business guy? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, you already knew. Hey, I didn't sign up for any of that. I just signed up to help the team. They're gonna throw me out of to these places, and I'm like, bro, I'm like looking at some of my stuff on Facebook. I'm like, dude. Either way, we try to turn this narrative. But I am not like totally all in on Facebook, and I've been like very wary to even wanting to like look at it at all, like for a long time now. But honestly, it's like a very powerful platform. You can't take that away from Facebook. They're seriously powerful, dude. Power level what? At least over 6,000, right? At least. You want to give them 7,000? Like they're really trying to get to 7,000 at some point, right? Definitely over 6,000 for sure, though. You want to? Some of you would be like, "Oh, they're over 7,000." I'd be like, "You're what? You're feeding them, right? You're looking into that stuff, right?" I've been really kind of looking at like esports a lot. Just regular sports too, I guess. I'm giving kind of like regular sports a little bit of a break. My pa, he was like, "So you paying attention to the playoffs?" I'm like, "Nah, not really this year." Like he didn't listen in. I was kind of sleeping on it at the beginning, like during the early stages, but now I'm just watching other stuff. which I've never really done, honestly. I've never watched game dev reviews in my whole life, basically. Like, if I was gonna play Halo, I was gonna be a skilled Halo player. If I was gonna play Destiny, I was gonna be playing Destiny. You know, trying not to take it too serious because that's what a lot of people say about it. They don't like it if it gets too real. But I mean, I've never really thought about like other games like beside that, I guess. And now there's like all these other games that people are reviewing. So I've been looking into that mostly. Um, Along with some Twitch streamers that I've just been kind of like just lurking mostly. Maybe if I'm bored at work, but you know, complimentary or not, like I'm not gonna try to, ruin their stream. Certainly, I'm not gonna try to like gaslight them out of streaming or even, root against them. No, I won't ever do that. So these like but I'm gonna tell you right now, the whole game dev review is um there's a little bit of something for everyone, or if you know anyone really could eventually enjoy it, then it's probably a sign that it's a better game. Green sun. Oh man, it is freaking hot, dude. Oh, I turned off the AC and too late. Oh, I eat, man. It is hot. It is so hot, dude. Like, jeez, man. Dude, I think my dad stopped caring about football like at least 10 years ago. I gotta like even basketball was pretty cool for like probably the past 5 years at least. Even though he's like literally, he's like the most unbasketball inclined person like I've ever known, probably. You know, he'll if they're a football party, you know, you believe it depends on like the kickboard. I swear he cares more about the fitness stuff. Like, go do research, right? Like, go do research. The games too. Oh, the game don't suck completely. It's just a little bit. Rage inducing, just watchy lechy. Watchy. Some people get capable of doing that. I might buy a merch, right? Again, man. They say like doctors and therapists like have been known to be really old because they can work forever. And like same thing with nuns, right? Because they can work so long, like the governments want and the city and or state wants them to like live. Like that's just how it works. Like they don't have resources. Right. And I swear I hear him, dude. I swear I hear him creeping. Is he creeping on me right there, dude? Little mofo, straight creep. Are you get, oh, are they gonna get me to a baseball game this year? They might. They might get me to a baseball game this year. Can you believe that? Wow. 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 They might get me to a baseball game this year. I'm gonna have to hunt down someone in the crowd to sit next to, right? Some random guy. I'm already thinking of some random guy, dude. It'd be awesome. Like, bro, some random guy, dude, sitting next to them. Just like, how awesome to go all day. Would it